Govinda, Adi Purusha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Doya Koro More Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Doya Koro More Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Doya Koro More Toma bina ke dayalu jagat samsare Patita pavana hetu Tabavatara Mosama Patita Prabhu Napai Bearo Ha Prabhu Nityananda Premananda Sukhi Kripa Bolo Kanakoro Ami Boro Doya Koro Sitapati Advaita Gosaya Tava Kripa Pale Pa Chaitanya Nita Gaura Premaya Tanu Pandita Garadhara Gaura Premaya Srinivas Haridas Toyara Sagara Aha Swarup Sanatana Rupa Raghunatha Bhatta Juga Shri Jivaha Prabhu Lokanatha Doya Koro Shri Acharya Prabhu Srinivasa Ramchandra Sangamage Narottamo Dasa Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Radha Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Prabhu Nityananda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Radha Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Shri Gaura Purnima Mahamotsav ki jai, Go Premanande. Namashreshtam manamapi shachiputram atra swarupam rupam tasya gajam aruparim matrim goshavatim radha kundam girivaramoho radhika madhavasham prapto yasya kripaya tam nritosmi. Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevalabha Kati Sadma Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevalabha Kati Sadma Bando Mui Sabadana Mate Bando Mui Sabadana Mate Jahara Prashare Bhai Bhavato Riyaja Krishna Prapti Hoy Jaha Hoite Krishna Prapti Hoy Jaha Hoite Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Shitete Koriya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Aikya Anakori Ho Mane Asha Arnakori Ho Mane Asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Eshayu Tamagati Charane Rati Eshayutamagati Je Prashare Pure Sharva Asha Je Prashare Pure Sarva Asha Shakudan Diloche Janme Janme Prabhu She Chakudan Diloche Janme Janme Prabhu Se Divya Gyan Hire Prokashita Divya Gyan Hire Prokashita Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoite Abhidya Vinasa Jate Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoite Abhidya Vinasa Jate Giriraja Jahara Charito Giriraja Jahara Charito Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Lokana Lokera Jivana Lokana Lokera Jivana Ha ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deha More Parachaya Ha ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deha More Parachaya Bija Shushikti Bhuvana Bija Shushikti Bhuvana Ha ha Prabhu Kora Doya De Amore Parachaya Ha ha Prabhu Kora Doya De Amore Parachaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada, Jai Jai Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivishesha Shunyabari Pashatyarishatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Tell them to put it Udila Arana and Jiv Jago. Udila Arana. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Udilo Aruna Urababagi Dwijamani Gaura Mani Jage Udilo Aruna Udilo Aruna Urababagi Dwijamani Gaura Mani Jage Udilo Aruna. Bhakata Samua Loya Sate Gila Nagara Braje. Get a microphone. I want to hear the English in between. Quick, quick. Bhakata Samua Loya Sate Gila Nagara Vraje. Get the English. Not there. The book. Just. Udilo Aruna Pura Babagi Dwijamani Gaura Mani Jage. Udilo Aruna Jamani Gaura Amani Dage. Open one book to the song. Open one book to the song. You read the translation in between. Bakata Samua Loya Sate Gela Nagara Braje.
When a tinge of red on the eastern horizon heralded the sunrise, the jewel of the twice-born Lord Gaurasundar immediately awakened. Taking his devotees with him, he went all over the countryside, visiting the towns and villages of Nadia.
Tatai, tatai, bhajaloko, khana khana tai jajiraro. Prime dhala dhala sonara anga, charane nupura bhaje.
The mridangas resounded, tathai, tathai. The cymbals chimed in time, and Lord Gauranga's footbells jingled as his golden form trembled slightly in ecstatic love of God.
Mukunda Madhava Jadabahari Bolina Bolore Vadana Bori. Nida bashe gelore rati di basha shari rasaje.
Lord Chaitanya called out to the townsfolk, "You spend your nights uselessly sleeping and your days decorating your bodies. Now just fill your mouths with the vibration of the holy names. Mukunda, Madhav, Yadav, Hari, chanting without offense."
Emana dulaba manavadeho payaki koro bhavana keho. Ebena bajile jashoda suta charame poribelaje.
You have achieved the rare human body. Don't you care for this gift? If you do not serve the darling of Yashoda now, great sorrow awaits you at death.
Urita tapana hoile asta dina gelo bole hoy bebyasta. Tabe que no ebe alasha hoy na bhajari doyaraje.
Each time the sun rises and sets, a day passes and is lost. Then why do you remain idle, and refuse to serve the Lord of the heart.
Jivanani jana hasa kahe nala veda viparaba. Namashaya kori jatane tumi taka panakaje.
Understand this essential fact. Life is temporary and full of all kinds of miseries. So make it your only business to take shelter of the holy name and always engage in his service.
Jivera kalyana saranaka jagate asi madhuryanam. Avidyati mira tapana rupe hridgagane viraje.
Desiring to bless all souls, the sweet name of Krishna has descended to the material world and now shines like the sun in the sky of the heart, destroying the darkness of ignorance.
Krishna nam suda kori apan jura upakati vinora pran. Nambina kichu nahiko ado chauda bhuvana mache.
Drink the pure nectar of the holy name of Krishna and thus satisfy the soul of Bhakti Vinod. There is nothing but the holy name within all the 14 worlds.
Jeev jago, Gaura Chandra bole. Kota nidra jao maya Pisachira kole. Kota nidra jao maya Pisachira kole.
Lord Gauranga is calling. Wake up, sleeping souls. Wake up, sleeping souls. You have slept so long on the lap of the witch Maya.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Vajiva boliya eshe Shanshara bhitare Tulia rohile tumi abijara bhare.
You came into this world of birth and death saying, "My Lord, I will certainly worship you." But you have forgotten this promise and remained in great ignorance.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Tomare loite ami, hoinu avatara. Ami bina bandhu aro ke ache tomara.
I have descended just to save you. Except for me, who is your friend?
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Chia shauri maya nashibaro lagi. Harinam Mahamantra Lao tumi magi.
I have brought the medicine to eradicate the disease of illusion. Now pray for this Harinam Maha Mantra and take it.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Bo. Bhakti Vinoda Prabhu Charane Poriya. Bhakti Vinoda Prabhu Charane Poriya. Thakur Bhakti Vinoda Prabhu charane poriya. She Hari Nama Mantra Loelo Magia.
Bhakti Vinod fell at the lotus feet of Lord Gauranga, and after begging for the holy name, he received that Maha Mantra.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Get some kartals. Play some. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga Hey, Nariya Nagare, Nitai Niche Niche Gaire Nariya Nagare, Nitai Niche Niche Gaire Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Nariya Nagare Nitai Niche Niche Gaire Nariya Nagare Nitai Niche Niche Gaire Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Jagannath Sutta Mahaprabhu Mishwambar Nayapura Shashi Navadika Sudakar Sachi Sutta Gaura Hari Nimai Sundar Nariya Nagare Nitai Niche Niche Gaire Nariya Nagare Nitai Niche Niche Gaire Nitai Gaur Haribol 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 Nitai Gaur Haribol Nitai Gaur Haribol 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 Nitai Gaur Haribol Gaura Premanande Nitai Gaura Premanande Shri Nam Sankirtan Ki Shri Nam Mantra Ki Shri Nam Prabhu Ki Shri Gaura Purnima Mahotsav Ki Gaura Premanande Nitai Gaura Haribol 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol Oh Premanande
His Divine Loving Grace, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramhansa Pariprajakacharya Stotra Satasri Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada ki jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda ki jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Prem se kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivas Adi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shama Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan ki jai. Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Navadvip Dham ki jai. Jamuna Mai ki jai. Ganga Mai ki jai. Tulsi Devi ki jai. Bhakti Devi ki jai. Samveta Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
But I don't know, isn't there something about being the headphone near this mic or something?
Nam Gai Gaura Madhur Svare. Swagatam Suswagatam. Nam Gai Gaura Madhur Svare. Nam Gai Gaura Madhusvare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Nam Gai Gaura Madhurasvare Nam Gai Gaura Madhurasvare Grihe Tako Vane Tako Sadahari Bole Dako Grihe Tako Vane Tako Sadahari Bole Dako Grihe Tako Bane Tako Sadahari Bole Dako Grihe Tako Bane Tako Sadahari Bole Dako Suke Duke Bolo Nako Barane Hari Nam Kodore Suke Duke Bolo Nako Barane Hari Nam Kodore Nam Gai Gaura Madhurasvare Nam Gai Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Gai Gaura Madhurasvare Nam Gai Gaura Madhurasvare Nam Gai Gaura Madhurasvare Nam Gai Gaura Madhurasvare Maya Jalle Bhadda Hoye Acho Miche Kajloye Maya Jalle Bhadda Hoye Acho Miche Eko Noche Tanda Peye Radha Madhav Nam Bolore Peye Radha Madhav Nam Bolore Nam Gai Gaura Madhurasvare Nam Gai Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Nam Gai Gaura Madhurasvare Nam Gai Gaura Madhurasvare Nam Gai Gaura Madhurasvare Nam Gai Divana Hoilo Shesh Na Bhajile Hrishikesh Jivana Hoilo Shesh Na Bhajile Hrishikesh Bhakti Vinodupadeshik Paranam Rase Matore. Bhakti Vinodupadeshik Paranam Rase Matore. Thakur Bhakti Vinodupadeshik Paranam Rase Matore. Upadeshik Paranam Rase Matore. Namgai Gauram Madhushvare. Namgai Madhushvare. Namgai Gauram Madhushvare. Namgai Gauram Madhushvare. Whether you live in a house, what's that noise? Oh, you could turn that off, it's the wrong key. I'll get it. Whether you live in a house or in the forest, doesn't matter. But the second part is more important. Always chant Hare Krishna. That matters. And whether you're happy or you're miserable externally, if you go on chanting the holy name of the Lord, you won't be affected. We're caught in a net by Maya, just like a fish caught by a cruel fisherman and suffering from illusion in this material world. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur recommends just bring your consciousness to Radha Madhav and chant their names. And life can end at any moment. We don't know which moment that will be, but there will be one moment in time, whether it's a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. One of those 7 days will be the last. So he says, you've not taken advantage. You're not worshiping Rishikesh. So Bhaktivinoda's advice is, one time try to get the ras, the taste, sweet flavor of the holy name. Become intoxicated by that. And then your life will be saved. Namgai Gaura Madhurasvare. Namgai Gaura Madhurasvare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Shriman Mahaprabhu ki jai, Shri Mayapur Dham ki jai, Shri Gaura Purnima ki jai, Go Premanande, Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Haribo. We welcome back to ISV, International Society for Krishna Consciousness at Silicon Valley, or Individual, Spontaneous and Voluntary. His Holiness Giriraja Swami Maharaj. He'll be with us throughout the day. He may, depending on the schedule, he's chanting extra rounds today, so he may sneak in and out, unless maybe we'll chant some rounds together. We can keep him within our vision. That may be one tactic. And Meanwhile, we'll keep the vibration going today, and we're going to continue with the reading of the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. We've made it all the way this far in the first part of the Adi Leela. Congratulations to all the devotees who have been listening with rapture. And this morning I began a purport, and I'm going to continue in that purport now, which is Adi Leela, chapter 7, text number 72, in the middle of the purport. Those who are addicted to fruit of activities and speculative knowledge cannot understand the value of the holy names of Lord Krishna, which is always completely pure. Something's too high in the booth. Hare Krishna. Those who are addicted to fruit of activities and speculative knowledge cannot understand the value of the holy name of Lord Krishna, which is always completely pure, eternally liberated, and full of spiritual bliss. One who has taken shelter of the holy name of the Lord, which is identical with the Lord, does not have to study Vedanta philosophy, for he has already completed all such study. One who is unfit to chant the holy name of Krishna but thinks that the holy name is different from Krishna and thus takes shelter of Vedanta study in order to understand him must be considered a number one fool, as confirmed by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, by his personal behavior, and philosophical speculators who want to make Vedanta philosophy an academic career are also considered to be within the material energy. A person who always chants the holy name of the Lord, however, is already beyond the ocean of nations, and thus even a person born in a low family who engages in chanting the holy name of the Lord is considered to be beyond the study of Vedanta philosophy. In this connection, Srimad Bhagavatam 3.33.7 states, Aho bata shva pachato gariyan yajivagre vartate namatubhyam tapusta paste jehuvasasarya ramana churnama grananti yete. If a person born in a family of dog eaters takes to the chanting of the holy name of Krishna, it is to be understood that in his previous life he must have executed all kinds of austerities and penances and performed all Vedic yajnas. Another quotation states, Rigvedo tadyajurveda samavedo pyarvanaha abhitastena yenokvam harir ityakshara dvayam. A person who chants the two syllables Hari. Which two syllables? Hari. Has already studied the four Vedas, Sama, Rig, Yajur, and Atharva. Malini told us last night that, I won't give away her story, she can tell it. Can I have a book stand, please? Taking advantage of these verses, there are some sahajiyas who, taking everything very cheaply, consider themselves elevated Vaishnavas, but do not care even to touch the Vedanta Sutra or Vedanta philosophy. A real Vaishnava should, however, study Vedanta philosophy, but if after studying Vedanta one does not adopt the chanting of the holy name of the Lord, he is no better than a Mayavadi. Therefore, one should not be a Mayavadi. Yet one should not be unaware of the subject matter of Vedanta philosophy. Indeed, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu exhibited his knowledge of Vedanta in his discourses with Prakashananda Saraswati. Thus, it is to be understood that a Vaishnav should be completely conversant with Vedanta philosophy. Yet he should not think that studying Vedanta is all in all, and therefore be unattached to the chanting of the holy name. A devotee must know the importance of simultaneously understanding Vedanta philosophy and chanting the holy names. If by studying Vedanta one becomes an impersonalist, he has not been able to understand Vedanta. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita 15:15. Vedanta means the end of knowledge. What does Vedanta mean? End of knowledge. The ultimate end of knowledge is knowledge of Krishna, who is identical with his holy name. Cheap Vaishnavas, Sahajiyas, do not care to study the Vedanta philosophy as commented upon by the four Acharyas. In the Gaudiya Sampradaya there is a Vedanta commentary called the Govinda Bhashya, but the Sahajiyas consider such commentaries to be untouchable philosophical speculation, and they consider the Acharyas to be mixed devotees. Thus, they clear their way to hell. We welcome everyone who joined us online this morning, here for Gaura Purnima, and we'd love to hear from you. Please text in at 650-245-7018. That's 650-245-7018. Our operators are standing by to take your calls. Just write in Nitai Gauranga, Hari Bol, or any of the names of Gauranga from wherever you are, in what country, what state you're in. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. If any time you want to make a comment about anything we're reading, you just signal me or
I'll make one.
Okay.
When I was a relatively new devotee, I had heard that the only thing we need to become Krishna consciousness is the eagerness to become Krishna conscious. And later, as with so many things that Srila Prabhupada said, I found the same statement in Scripture. So I raised my hand and I asked Srila Prabhupada that, I heard that all we need to become Krishna consciousness is the eagerness to become Krishna conscious. So if we're eager to become Krishna conscious, do we need to read books? And Srila Prabhupada replied, if you're eager to become Krishna conscious, why would you not read books? You'll be eager to approach Krishna by any means. Hare Krishna.
Text number 73. Krishna mantra hoite hobe sangsara mochana, Krishna na hoite bhabe Krishna charano. Simply by chanting the holy name of Krishna, one can obtain freedom from material existence. Indeed, simply by chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, one will be able to see the lotus feet of the Lord. Purport. In his Anubhashya, Sri Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami says that the actual effect that will be visible as soon as one achieves transcendental knowledge is that he will immediately become free from the clutches of Maya and fully engage in the service of the Lord. Unless one serves the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Mukunda, one cannot become free from fruitive activities under the external energy. However, when one chants the holy name of the Lord offenselessly, one can realize a transcendental position that is completely aloof from the material conception of life. Rendering service to the Lord a devotee relates to the Supreme Personality of Godhead in one of 5 relationships, namely Shanta, Dasya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhurya. And thus he relishes transcendental bliss in that relationship. Such a relationship certainly transcends the body and mind. When one realizes that the holy name transcends the body, when one realizes that the Lord is identical with the Supreme Person, he becomes completely eligible to chant the holy name of the Lord. Such an ecstatic chanter and dancer must be considered to have a direct relationship with the Lord. According to the Vedic principles, there are 3 stages of spiritual advancement, namely Sambandha Gyan, Abhideya, and Prayojana. Sambandha Gyan refers to establishing one's original relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Abhideya refers to acting according to that constitutional relationship, and Prayojana is the ultimate goal of life, which is to develop love of Godhead. Prema Pumarto Mahan. If one adheres to the regulative principles under the order of the spiritual master, he very easily achieves the ultimate goal of life. A person who is addicted to the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra very easily gets the opportunity to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead directly. There is no need for such a person to understand the grammatical jugglery in which Mayavadi sannyasis generally indulge. Sri Shankaracharya also stressed this point. Nahi nahi rakshati dukran karani. Simply by juggling grammatical suffixes and prefixes, one cannot save himself from the clutches of death. The grammatical word jugglers cannot bewilder a devotee who engages in chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Simply addressing the energy of the Lord as Hare and the Lord himself as Krishna very soon situates the Lord within the heart of the devotee. Hare Krishna. By thus addressing Radha and Krishna, one directly engages in his Lordship's service. The essence of all revealed scriptures and all knowledge is present when one addresses the Lord and his energy by the Hare Krishna mantra. For this transcendental vibration can completely liberate a conditioned soul and directly engage him in the service of the Lord. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu presented himself as a grand fool, yet he maintained that all the words that he had heard from his spiritual master strictly followed the principles stated by Vyasadeva in Srimad Bhagavatam. Anarto pashanam sakshad bhakti yogam adhoksaje lokasya janato vidvamsh chakre satvata sanghitam. The material miseries of a living entity which are superfluous to him can be directly mitigated by the linking process of devotional service. But the mass of people do not know this, and therefore the learned Vyasadeva compiled this Vedic literature, Srimad Bhagavatam, which is in relation to the supreme truth. One can overcome all misconceptions and entanglement in the material world by practicing bhakti yoga, and therefore Vyasadeva, acting on the instruction of Sri Narada, has very kindly introduced Srimad Bhagavatam to relieve the conditioned souls from the clutches of Maya. Lord Chaitanya, as the spiritual master, instructed him, therefore, that one must read Srimad Bhagavatam regularly and with scrutiny to gradually become attached to the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. What was that last sentence? Without looking at the board. Harivamsa, what is it? Give him the microphone. Just give us the essence of it.
One must read Srimad Bhagavatam with scrutiny to gradually become attached to chanting.
Shraddha, what does scrutiny mean? Here's the sentence. Lord Chaitanya's spiritual master instructed him therefore, that one must read Srimad Bhagavatam regularly and with scrutiny to gradually become attached to the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. I hope everyone has a set of Bhagavatams in here, because otherwise we're not moving on to the next sentence until you get it. Also, I need that stand with the book, and bring me the first canto, please.
Maharaj have scrutiny.
The table. Okay, scrutiny. What is scrutiny so we can read like that?
Yeah, scrutiny is a noun, a searching examination or investigation, minute.
Say it a little slower.
Okay. A searching examination.
A searching examination
Or
or
investigation.
Investigation.
Minute inquiry.
Minute inquiry.
2. Surveillance, close and continuous watching or guarding. And 3. A close and searching look.
Haridvamsa Prabhu, you want to comment a little bit more about how we should read the Srimad Bhagavatam in light of these revelations? Can you elaborate?
So the dictionary which I opened also gives one definition, and it's the act of carefully examining something, especially in a critical way. So I don't know if we should do critical, and a searching study, inquiry or inspection.
Okay. Now here's a verse in purport that I'm going to enter into evidence, because it describes in even more detail. This is first canto, 3rd chapter, 44th verse, the process of hearing. O learned Brahmanas, when Shukadev Goswami recited Bhagavatam there in the presence of Emperor Parikshit, I heard him with rapt attention, and thus by his mercy I learned the Bhagavatam from that great and powerful sage. Now I shall try to make you hear the very same thing as I learned it from him and as I have realized it. Srila Prabhupada's purport. One can certainly see directly the presence of Lord Sri Krishna in the pages of Bhagavatam if one has heard it from a self-realized great soul like Shukadev Goswami. One cannot, however, learn Bhagavatam from a bogus hired reciter, whose aim of life is to earn some money out of such recitation and employ the earnings in sex indulgence. No one can learn Srimad Bhagavatam who is associated with persons engaged in sex life. That is the secret of learning Bhagavatam. Nor can one learn Bhagavatam from one who interprets the text by his mundane scholarship. One has to learn Bhagavatam from the representative of Shukadev Goswami and no one else, if one at all wants to see Lord Sri Krishna in the pages. That is the process, and there is no alternative. Sutta Goswami is a bona fide representative of Shukadev Goswami because he wants to present the message which he received from the great learned Brahmana, great learned Brahmana. Full stop. Shukadev Goswami presented Bhagavatam as he heard it from his great father, and so also Sutta Goswami is presenting Bhagavatam as he heard it from Shukadev Goswami. Simple hearing is not all. One must realize the text with proper attention. The word nivishta means that Sutta Goswami drank the juice of Bhagavatam through his ears. That is the real process of receiving Bhagavatam. One should hear with rapt attention from the real person, and then he can at once realize the presence of Lord Krishna in every page. The secret of knowing Bhagavatam is mentioned here. No one can give rapt attention who is not pure in mind. No one can be pure in mind who is not pure in action. No one can be pure in action who is not pure in eating, sleeping, fearing, and mating. But somehow or other, if one hears with rapt attention from the right person at the very beginning, one can assuredly see Lord Sri Krishna in person in the pages of the Bhagavatam. Anything? Yes, Jamuna.
It's very active reading, not passive reading. And I really like this purport that you read because it shows that all aspects of your spiritual life are feeding to this ability to really actively read and not just let it sort of blow by you. I pray that someday I can partake in this active reading.
That it's active, and that also everything that we do in our life affects our ability to hear. It's a very subtle process, isn't it, hearing, with rapt attention. One can be easily disturbed. The frequency, that very subtle frequency of Krishna Katha, can be interrupted by all kinds of grosser topics and vibrations that one can accumulate. Yes, 3 more. Oh, Shraddha, you were next because it was a tie, but we gave it to the runner in the back.
That was a good decision. So Mara, I was just thinking about the meaning of scrutinize, and there was the word examination, and I was thinking about Parikshit Maharaj, and he was constantly examining everything because he had seen Krishna in the womb, and now he wanted to see. And in the purport, you also said that he was looking for Krishna, and that's what we should be doing as well, like scrutinizingly read that, and if we are doing that, we'll find Krishna as Parikshit Maharaj found him.
Nice. And I noticed how when Prabhupada was writing his early Back to Godhead magazines, of course he did this throughout his life, but it's very apparent in the early Back to Godhead magazines how he was looking at everything in the world and translating it into Krishna consciousness, Krishna conscious language. For instance, when a war would break out, he would talk about it in terms of Krishna consciousness. He noticed when he went around to talk to people, store to store, that they said, I don't have any time. So he said the disease of modern man was no time, and so forth. And for preachers, there's a way in which one is always analyzing and examining the material world and seeing the Krishna aspect of it.
I really like that part where it is...
Give her a hot microphone, that one's cold. There it is, it's on now.
I really like the part where in the purport it says that drinking the juice from the ear. So for some reason it brought to my mind immediately, in one of your lectures you had mentioned that when hearing is the first and foremost important devotional service, and it's like inoculation. It kind of inoculates you against the disease of material life. So that made me connect that, and I really liked it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a Sutam prasangam mama virya samvido bhavanti hritkarna rasayana katha. So there's a verse by Lord Kapiladev in which he indicates how when one is in the association of Sutam, means pure-hearted devotees, that he'll hear this transcendental vibration, and like a medicine, it enters into the ear and then into the heart, and then one's life is changed. And it happens step by step, anukramishati, step by step one will notice that one's life is changing. And the progression of that is mentioned in the Srimad Bhagavatam first canto, beginning with the verse Srinvatam Swakata Krishna, in which Sutta Goswami says that the vibration itself is purifying, and then almost all the anarthas are destroyed. The fire is out, but there's still a little smoke from the fire. And then there's a way in which one comes to the platform of pure goodness and experiences joy within one's heart and so forth. Then one sees the Lord directly. And that all happens through the process of hearing, drinking in the juice. Someone else had a point? Yes. Okay, you can ask Maharaj a question.
Maharaj, when we just now heard that we should read Srimad Bhagavatam with regularly and with scrutiny, and scrutiny we came to know it's examination. But I was thinking, unless we give an exam, we cannot examine. So when we're reading Srimad Bhagavatam for the first time, how can we actually scrutinize something that we don't know?
Well, first of all, scrutiny means examine and inquire. Now, when you're reading, even if it's the first sentence, you can Examine means, like someone suddenly puts a jewel in your hand. So from the moment you receive it, you can examine it. What are the beautiful features of this jewel? You don't have to go beyond the first sentence. And inquire, you should be thinking, what does this mean? And like one of Srila Prabhupada's last instructions when he was translating Srimad Bhagavatam was to read Srimad Bhagavatam regularly. Read and discuss Srimad Bhagavatam regularly, as much as possible. The more the matter is discussed, the more it becomes clarified. So you hear and you inquire. And by inquiring to yourself, you may get the answer. Because, as Vaisesika Prabhu mentioned, Srinvata Swakata Krishna Punya Shravana Kirtan Hridantastu Abhadrani Vidunoti Surit Satam. Krishna is in your heart. He's the well-wishing friend of the devotee. So when you sincerely try to understand him through Srimad Bhagavatam, he helps from within the heart. And beyond that, you discuss with other devotees, and the more you discuss, the more the matter becomes clarified. Hare Krishna.
We just heard one of the final instructions of Prabhupada, that you should sit together and read Bhagavatam and discuss it thoroughly, he said? Regularly?
Yeah. The more you discuss, the more the matter will be clear. As much as possible.
As much as possible. So this is something that you can hold on to. Prabhupada left that as a final instruction. Come together and as much as possible read and discuss Srimad Bhagavatam. I noticed that some people are addicted to gambling, and wherever they go, they always look for a game. When they get to town, they say, "Where's the game?" And there's always a game in a back room somewhere where they can go and sit. Over on Story Road, there's a game going on right in the parking lot. I know right where it is. It's in Vietnam Town. When we go to the mall, they have this table set up in the middle of the parking lot. And there's a woman there with one of those, Asian hats and a cigarette dangling out of her mouth. And she's ordering all the guys around there, and they're smoking and they're playing cards for big stacks of cash. We go by there every time and sell them all a book. It's hard to get their attention, but then we tell them it'll bring them good luck, and then they give something. And they took a book. And those kind of gamblers, wherever they go, they have to gamble. And so they get to town, they'll get to Cleveland, they say, "Where's the game? Where's the game?" And so in the same way, one should be addicted to hearing the Srimad Bhagavatam. As soon as one gets to town, you want to know, where's the back room? Where's the reading going on? That's when we should. And you go to these big festivals and everything, you can stand out in the street and talk for hours, and everyone will say, "How you been? You still doing that thing? You doing it? You live in that thing? Oh, you moved over there." And you can stay on that level and then feel exhausted and not very fulfilled, or you can find the game in the back room where the Bhagavatam is being discussed and the high stakes are being put out, hearing the Srimad Bhagavatam. Even one word is valuable, what to speak of hearing voraciously for over long periods of time. Shraddha.
So we're talking about the glories of Bhagavatam, and I'm just going back to the verse that you had quoted. It was quoted in the purports about if a person is taking the name of Krishna even once, this means that he has done all the ritualistic activities and studied the Vedas in the previous life. And I was just looking at the flip, even if he's a dog eater, and I was looking at the flip side of it, that even if you study all the Vedas and do all the ritualistic activities, you can still be born as a dog eater in your next life. And it's really, Bhagavatam is the one that you should be reading to come back again, or never come back.
Yes. Vipradvishad gunayata aravindanava. I'm sorry, Marsh, please go ahead.
I was going to say, when we were in Madras, we were staying with a man who had the theory that because we were not born in Brahmin families, we could not be accepted as Brahmins. And he agreed that we were Vaishnavas, and that Vaishnavas are greater than Brahmins, but that we cannot be Brahmins until the next life when we take birth in a Brahmin family. And Achyutananda Swami was with us, and he asked the man, what is more powerful, sinful reactions or Krishna's holy name? Because one is born in a particular family according to his pious and sinful actions and reactions. He said, what is more powerful? He said, well, Krishna's holy name. And then Achyutananda Swami said, well, that means that by chanting the holy name of Krishna, you can eradicate all the effects of your past karma in the same life. And and be accepted as a Brahmin and more than a Brahmin. And the man had to agree. He had to agree. Hare Krishna.
Sri Krishna Purushottam, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. It reminds me one quote by Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj that he instructed, like, take little prasadam, read Bhagavatam. Like every time the disciples of Maharaj I seen in Chennai, Madras, they every Sunday they just meet together and just read Srimad Bhagavatam. So that connected me from when you told.
Great idea. Gandharvika.
Prabhuji, Prabhupada says that simple hearing is not all, rapt attention is required. So does that mean that because most of the time hearing happens while driving or doing some house chores in the house or something like that, so we hardly get time to hear with rapt attention, except when we come to temple and hardly sit for a few minutes those times. So when will we get this whole treasure of real understanding of Bhagavatam and make progress? So is that all wasted, that how we hear, we don't make that much progress, it's not effective, just hearing?
Is that your experience? Do you ever experience that it's wasted?
It's not, but after hearing this, I feel that maybe I'm not doing enough.
No, I mean, what's your experience? Do you ever, when hearing in the car and other things, does it ever come back to you in a way that inspires you?
It definitely helps me.
Then?
Sure. But I'm now doubting that maybe we are not hearing with rapt attention. Like maybe there are so many things that we are not paying attention to.
A definition of rapt attention. Okay.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
I really want to read the Krishna book, but I have no time. I have enough books that I already cannot read, and I'm trying to. So then one of the Prabhus who had come in, one of the Maharajas had done a CD with his voice, and he had read the whole Krishna book. Amal Bhakta Prabhu, who is an amazing reader. And very luckily it would play. The MP3 would play on my van. So every day dropping my kids to school, coming back, any errand I do, I can turn it on and keep hearing the Krishna book. And I can tell you that I remember everything he said. Though my mind was on the driving and my thought was on the children, so many stories. And he made the Krishna book more alive to me than I think it would have been if I had tried to sit and read it. Because my mind always went somewhere else. But when I was listening to his voice, that actually worked better than my personal effort at reading the book. So sometimes.
That's a nice point. Now, one thought about, rapturous hearing. I've had the experience that somebody has a phone in a purse back there. We'll have to put it in a bucket of water if we can't identify the owner. Any bags left unattended will be destroyed. I've had an experience before being in a crowded room where there are many conversations going on and somebody's actually talking to me, and there's somebody nearby who's having a conversation that I really want or need to hear. And somebody's talking to me something that is not so important, but they're going on. And there's a way that my ear and brain can actually filter out not only the person talking directly to me, but the kids screaming and running around the room and throwing popperdoms everywhere, and all the other conversations. And my ear can actually pick up that one conversation. Why? Because I really want to hear it. And so it's a state of heart, a state of consciousness. When there's a rapturous, means there's a hunger. It's like when you're hungry, everywhere you look, anything seems good, even if it's a simple meal. It's like, sorry, this is really simple. It's like, are you kidding? This is fantastic, And so Prabhupada's talking in that verse that we just read about living in such a way that you develop that hunger. And once you have that, the circumstances don't matter so much. You'll be able to absorb it wherever you are. Rapturous.
So Maharaj, there are so many meanings given for rapt, but there's one which is very apt. It says, carried off spiritually to another place.
Carried off spiritually to another place. That's good.
The others are deeply engrossed or absorbed, transported with emotion.
That's good also. Transported with emotion.
With emotion, yeah. But I didn't know this rapt was carried off spiritually. We never knew that.
When I had an experience when I first joined the San Francisco temple. I remember that I could read the Bhagavad Gita. In fact, before I even came to the temple, I used to read it every day. And then when I came and I got the Bhagavatam, I'd look at it and I'd say, who are all these people? What are all these things? I just couldn't enter into it, and I'd stand in front of the altar, and instead of look at the deities, I would look at the flowers, because my mind was trained towards impersonalism. And so I look at the flowers and I think, I could see God there, but it's really hard for me to relate to the forms and everything. And then Bhutatma Prabhu was giving Bhagavatam classes in the temple, and we were reading the first canto of the Bhagavatam, and it was about the queens in Dwarka and how Lord Krishna's feet are so sweet that they couldn't quit his lotus feet. And they were reading these things about Krishna's sweet lotus feet, and they couldn't quit his lotus feet. And something about that, just hearing it, just sitting there hearing it, even though I couldn't relate to it at all in the beginning, it put a hook in me. And I noticed that I started getting attracted, and then I was able to read the Bhagavatam, and I noticed it. And so the vibration has a power of its own. It's not a mechanical process. But if we attentively, or at least try to attentively hear, then gradually, or put ourselves in proximity of the sound vibration purposefully, then it'll have an effect. Harivamsa.
I have one thing to share, that when we are on the topic that we should be deeply engrossed in Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhakti Vinod Thakur also says that sometimes when he sees materialistic people they're so engrossed in making money and sense gratification, that should give more inspiration. So related to that, I think Bhakti Swarup Damodar Maharaj, he gave example of Louis Pasteur, who on his marriage day was actually busy conducting experiments, and his friend came to him, you have forgotten to go on your marriage, and actually he forgot. He didn't go, he was deeply engrossed, he wanted, I'm into this. So Bhakti Swarup Maharaj was saying, this is such an inspiration.
It reminds me of Sri Krishna Purushottam Prabhu on his wedding day. He almost missed the flight because he was distributing books.
Can I ask a question to Maharaj? Maharaj, yesterday in the class you were mentioning that the example of impurities coming when you make ghee on the top, and then slowly with hearing and chanting they get wiped off. And question has been coming to my mind since yesterday, and I was wondering that if I know that, and we realize and we see it in our own experience that a devotional process does take the impurities off slowly, but we have so many other deficiencies that still are ingrained because of our previous karma or births. So do we keep coming back again and again till we are eradicated from all the impurities, or the shelter of the Guru and the Harinam would deliver us if we are determined?
Yeah, we are born with a certain body and even mind, but especially body, and that may remain the same. But what chanting with attention does is it purifies the consciousness. And when the consciousness is purified and fixed on Krishna, then that's really all you need. It doesn't mean that that what you can do with your body will suddenly change. You know, the body is a vehicle. So, say you're driving a Ford, and your consciousness is contaminated. And then you purify your consciousness. You're still driving the Ford. But instead of driving it to some other place, you drive it to the temple. But it's still a Ford. It doesn't become a Lexus. So, you know, but there are qualities that are inherent in the soul, say like the 26 qualities of a devotee. So those will naturally be manifest as you become purified. But in the process of purification, there may be bad habits that you want to overcome, and then you make an effort. You practice. There may be good qualities you want to develop, so you make an effort.
What if we don't even know that this is a bad quality in me? So what would you do for those?
Well, as you become more purified, you become more aware of the impurities. Like if you have like a dirty piece of cloth, you may not notice some drops here and there because there's so much dirt. But when the cloth becomes so clean, there's only one speck left. That one speck stands out. So as you become more purified, your faults become, you could say, exaggerated internally, which is Krishna's mercy, so that you're aware of them and can work on them.
Rishamara, I had this follow-up question on the same topic. We say pure devotional service cuts through all the prarabdha, aprarabdha, and many other, like all the four manifest, unmanifest. So the body we have got is a result of the prarabdha karma, like the previous actions. And pure devotional service should cut through all these. So what is the meaning of that in this context? And also I was just thinking about Sanatana Goswami give the example of alchemy process by which the gold, mercury change into gold. There is a process by which the gold is produced after initiation. So how can we understand that and body remaining the same?
Well, we have a gross physical body, and then within the gross physical body, in a seed form, is the spiritual body. And by the process of purification, we cease to identify with the physical body, and we realize that our actual identity is the spirit soul. And as we progress further, it's described like the maturing of a coconut. You know, when it's green, the sort of soft part and the shell are intimately connected. But as it matures, the soft part hardens and it detaches from the shell. I think you can even shake it and you can hear the... So that's what happens. That right now, because our consciousness is invested in the body, the distinction between our spiritual body and physical body is blurred. But as we become more mature, the spiritual body becomes, you could say, detached. It's still in it, but it's detached from it and you no longer identify with it. And when one reaches the stage of bhava, Suddha Visheshatma, Suddha enters your body. And Srila Prabhupada and the Acharyas give the example of the iron rod in fire. That although it's iron, but by association with the fire, it becomes hotter and hotter until finally it's red hot. And then if you touch it to something, it will burn. It's still iron, but it's red hot. So it acts like fire. But it doesn't mean the iron rod becomes a golden rod. It's an iron rod, but because it's red hot, it's like fire. And that fire is Krishna consciousness, spiritual reality.
Here's the sentence that started all this. Lord Chaitanya's spiritual master instructed him, therefore, that one must read Srimad Bhagavatam regularly and with scrutiny to gradually become attached to the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Continuing, the holy name and the Lord are identical. One who is completely free from the clutches of Maya can understand this fact. This knowledge, which is achieved by the mercy of the spiritual master, places one on the supreme transcendental platform. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu presented himself as a fool because prior to accepting the shelter of a spiritual master, he could not understand that simply by chanting one can be relieved from all material conditions. But as soon as he became a faithful servant of his spiritual master and followed his instructions, he very easily saw the path of liberation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra must be understood to be devoid of all offenses. The 10 offenses against the holy name are as follows. 1, to blaspheme a devotee of the Lord. 2, to consider the Lord and the demigods to be on the same level, or to think that there are many gods. 3, to neglect the orders of the spiritual master. 4, to minimize the authority of scriptures, the Vedas. 5, to interpret the holy name of God. 6, to commit sins on the strength of chanting. 7, to instruct the glories of the Lord's name to the unfaithful. 8, to compare the chanting of the holy name with material piety. 9, to be inattentive while chanting the holy name. And 10, to be attached to material things in spite of chanting the holy name. Nam binu kali kale nahi ardharm sarva mantro sar nam e shastramarm. In this age of Kali, there is no religious principle other than the chanting of the holy names, than the holy name, which is the essence of all Vedic hymns. This is the purport of all scriptures. I'll repeat. In this age of Kali, there is no religious principle other than the chanting of the holy name, which is the essence of all Vedic hymns. This is the purport of all scriptures. Purport. The principles of the Parampara system were strictly honored in previous ages, Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, and Dwapara Yuga, but in the present age, Kali Yuga, people neglect the importance of this system of Shrota Parampara, or receiving knowledge by disciplic succession. In this age, people are prepared to argue that they can understand that which is beyond their limited knowledge and perception through so-called scientific observations and experiments, not knowing that actual truth comes down to man from authorities. This argumentative attitude is against the Vedic principles, and it is very difficult for one who adopts it to understand that the holy name of Krishna is as good as Krishna himself. Since Krishna and his holy name are identical, the holy name is eternally pure and beyond material contamination. It is the Supreme Personality of Godhead as a transcendental vibration. It is the Supreme Personality of Godhead as a transcendental vibration. The holy name is completely different from material sound, as confirmed by Narottam Das Thakur, Golokera Prema Dhan Harinam Sankirtan. The transcendental vibration of Harinam Sankirtan is imported from the spiritual world. Thus, although materialists who are addicted to experimental knowledge and the so-called scientific method cannot place their faith in the chanting of Hare Krishna Mahamantra, it is a fact that simply by chanting the Hare Krishna mantra offenselessly, one can be freed from all subtle and gross material conditions. The spiritual world is called Vaikuntha, which means without anxiety. In the material world, everything is full of anxiety, kunta. Whereas in the spiritual world, Vaikuntha, everything is free from anxiety. Therefore, those who are afflicted by a combination of anxieties cannot understand the Hare Krishna mantra, which is free from all anxiety. In the present age, the vibration of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra is the only process that is in a transcendental position, beyond material contamination. Since the holy name can deliver a conditioned soul, it is explained here to be Sarva Mantra Sar, the essence of all Vedic hymns. A name that represents an object of this material world may be subjected to arguments and experimental knowledge, but in the absolute world, a name and its owner, the fame and its owner are identical, and similarly the qualities, pastimes, and everything else pertaining to the absolute are also absolute. Although Mayavadis profess monism, they differentiate between the holy name of the Supreme Lord and the Lord himself. For this offense of namaparadha, they gradually glide down from their exalted position of Brahma Gyan, as confirmed in the Srimad Bhagavatam 10.232. Aruya krishena paramparam tata patantyato nadrita yushmadangrayaha. Although by severe austerities they rise to the exalted position of Brahma Gyan, they nevertheless fall down due to their imperfect knowledge of the absolute truth. Although they profess to understand the Vedic mantra Sarvam Kalavidam Brahma from the Chandogya Upanishad 3.14.1, which means everything is Brahman, they are unable to understand that the holy name is also Brahman. If they regularly chant the Mahamantra, however, they can be relieved from this misconception. Unless one properly takes shelter of the holy name, he cannot be relieved from the offensive stage in chanting the holy name. And for all those who are watching online today, you can text in a question for His Holiness Giriraja Maharaj at 650-245-7018, 650-245-7018. And also, next to me on this table is a full set of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. In 9 volumes, you get the entire set, and we're still looking for who set the price so low that we're going to maybe in dire straits after this marathon. I don't know. We'll wait till Damodar comes back to sort it all out. But for now, they're going for only $99, which is ridiculous. But in any case, we have these 20 more sets that are, I have one here, and there are 19 more just behind that door. And the first 20 callers or texters can have these sets. We'll send them out to you. A little bit extra for shipping, or you can pick it up here. And we have no book left behind policy here at ISV, so all these books have to go today at Gaura Purnima. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Anything?
I was just going to say that if there are any good business people out there, you could buy all the sets, all 20 for $99 and then resell them at a profit. I mean, this is such a good opportunity.
After describing the potency of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, my spiritual master taught me another verse advising me to always keep it within my throat. Hare Nama, Hare Nama, Hare Nameva Kevalam, Kalau Nasteva, 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 Gatiranyata. For spiritual progress in this age of Kali, there is no alternative, there is no alternative, there is no alternative to the holy name, the holy name, the holy name of the Lord. Purport. For progress in spiritual life, the Shastras recommend meditation in Satya Yuga, sacrifice for the satisfaction of Lord Vishnu in Treta Yuga, and gorgeous worship of the Lord in the temple in Dwapara Yuga. But in the age of Kali, one can achieve spiritual progress only by chanting the holy name of the Lord. This is confirmed in various scriptures. In Srimad Bhagavatam, there are many references to this fact. In the 12th canto, 3.51, it is said, Kalir dosha nidhirajan asti heko mahan gunaha. Kirtanad eva krishnasya mukta sangha param vrajat. In the age of Kali, there are many faults, for people are subjected to many miserable conditions. Yet in this age, there is one great benediction. Simply by chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, one can be freed from all material contamination and thus be elevated to the spiritual world. The Narada Pancharatra also praises the Hare Krishna Mahamantra as follows. Tvadyo Veda Satangani Chandamsi Vividha Sura Sarvam Ashtaksharanta Stam Yachchanyad Apivanmayam Sarva Vedanta Sarvarta Samaran Navataranaha. The essence of all Vedic knowledge, comprehending the 3 kinds of Vedic activity, Karma Kanda, Jnana Kanda, and Upasana Kanda. The Chandas, or Vedic hymns, and the process for satisfying the demigods is included in the 8 syllables Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. It's included in this 8 syllables, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. This is the reality of all Vedanta. The chanting of the holy name is the only means to cross the ocean of nations. Similarly, in the Kalisantarana Upanishad, it is stated, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. These 16 names, composed of 32 syllables, are the only means to counteract the evil effects of Kali Yuga. In all the Vedas, it is to be seen that to cross the ocean of nescience, there is no alternative to the chanting of the holy name. Similarly, Sri Madhvacharya, while commenting upon the Mundaka Upanishad, has quoted the following verse from the Narayana Samhita. From where? Dvaparirarjanar Vishnu Pancharaitraistu Kevalahi Kalautu Nama Matrena Pujite Bhagavan Harihi. From the Narayana Samhita. In Dwapara Yuga, one could satisfy Krishna or Vishnu only by worshipping him gorgeously according to the Pancharatriki system, but in the age of Kali, one can satisfy and worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead Hari simply by chanting the holy name. In his Bhakti Sandarbha, text 284, Srila Jiva Goswami strongly emphasizes the chanting of the holy name of the Lord as follows. It begins, Nanu Bhagavan Namatmaka Eva Mantra Tatra Visheshena Nama Shabdhad Alankrita Sri Bhagavata Srimad Rishibish Jahita Shakti Visheshaha Sri Bhagavata Samam Atma Sambandha Vishesha Pratipadyakshascha Tatra Kevalani Sri Bhagavan Namanyapi Nirapekshan Eva Parama Purushartha Pala Parayanta Dana Samartani Tato Mantreshu Namato Pyadika Samartye Labdakatam Dikshad Apeksha Uchate Yadyapi Swarupato Nasti Tatapi Praya Subhavato Dehadi Sambandena Kadharya Shilanam Vikshepta Chitanam Jananam Tat Sanchochi Karanaya Srimad Rishi Pratripir Atarchana Marge Kvachit Kachit Kachin Mardhyada Stapitasi. Based on the principle that this is absolute sound coming from Jiva Goswami. Srila Jiva Goswami states that the substance of all the Vedic mantras is the chanting of the holy name of the Lord. Every mantra begins with the prefix Nama Om, and eventually addresses by name the Supreme Personality of Godhead. By the supreme will of the Lord, there is specific poetry in each and every mantra, chanted by great sages like Narada Muni and other rishis. Chanting the holy name of the Lord immediately renovates the transcendental relationship of the living being with the Supreme Lord. It renovates the relationship. To chant the holy name of the Lord, one need not depend on other paraphernalia. For one can immediately get all the desired results of linking with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It may therefore be questioned why there is a necessity for initiation or further spiritual activities in devotional service for one who engages in the chanting of the holy name of the Lord. The answer is that although it is correct that one who fully engages in chanting the holy name need not depend upon the process of initiation, generally a devotee is addicted to many abominable material habits due to material contamination from his previous life. In order to get quick relief from all these contaminations, it is required that one engage in the worship of the Lord in the temple. The worship of the deity in the temple is essential to reduce one's restlessness due to the contaminations of conditioned life. Thus, Narada in his Pancharatriki Vidhi and other great sages have sometimes stressed that since every conditioned soul has a bodily concept of life aimed at sense enjoyment, to restrict this sense enjoyment, the rules and regulations for worshiping the deity in the temple are essential. Srila Rupa Goswami has described that the holy name of the Lord can be chanted by liberated souls, but almost all the souls we have to initiate are conditioned. It is advised that one chant the holy name of the Lord without offenses, and according to the regulative principles, yet due to their past bad habits, they violate these rules and regulations. Thus, the regulative principles for worship of the deity are also simultaneously essential. Just a note, Bhaktivinoda Thakur mentions in his essay on Pancha Samskar that even if one is a liberated soul, to set the example for others, he goes through all the processes, including initiation and so forth. Would you comment on this?
Yes. Srila Prabhupada explained that just as a railway train goes forward on 2 tracks, similarly the devotee also goes forward on 2 tracks, Bhagavat Vidhi and Panchatrika Vidhi. And although of the 2, Bhagavat Vidhi is more important than Panchatrika Vidhi, but unless we go forward on the 2 tracks, there's a chance one could get derailed. So it has been a regular theme in Srila Prabhupada's teachings based on the previous authorities that one should engage in both simultaneously. But if one is at that advanced liberated stage, one could absorb himself exclusively in chanting and hearing. But that's a very advanced stage. And when we're preaching, we want to set the proper example for others to follow. But if one is in an advanced stage and is not involved in active preaching, then at that stage one can absorb oneself fully and exclusively in chanting and hearing.
How has it gone in history for those who have prematurely attempted to retire to hear and chant, and what was Prabhupada's reaction to those who prematurely tried to do that?
It has not gone well for them. It has not gone well for them. There was a conversation with Srila Prabhupada in Juhu about devotees who are going to Radha Kund, to reside at Radha Kund. And Srila Prabhupada basically said they should know what is Radha Kund. And the devotees were citing the later verses in the Nectar of Instruction. And Srila Prabhupada said first they should start with verse 1, Vacho Vegam, Manasa Krodha Vegam. Who knows verse 1? And translation?
A sober person, one who can control these 6 urges, which are the demand of watch and speaking, mind, anger, belly, genital, and tongue. Then he is able to make disciple all over the world.
Yes. So, yes, Srila Prabhupada said one should do those things that are mentioned in the first verse before jumping over to the last verses. And he also quoted the example of Raghunath Das Goswami, because Raghunath Das Goswami is the Acharya for Radha Kund. But, Shanka Purvaka Gananama Nati Bi, he would always be chanting the holy name and offering obeisances. In other words, he was very humble. And, but But then at the end, Srila Prabhupada said, and this relates so much to what we just read. At the end, Srila Prabhupada, because then, one of the disciples said to Srila Prabhupada, well, they should read the books properly and understand the books properly. And Srila Prabhupada said, one who's sincere will not make a mistake. But everyone has minute independence. And if one is ready to be guided by the spiritual master, then all the guidance is there, and he will not make a mistake. But one always has free will, and if one does not want to be guided by the spiritual master, then what can anyone do? So it comes really back to that essential point of following the order of the spiritual master, having faith in the order of the spiritual master. And Prabhupada also said, there are enough monkeys at Radhakund, we don't require more.
Lavanya?
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Maharaj, when you say that if you have faith in your spiritual master's words, if you can follow, then you will not make a mistake, if you're sincere. But when I think of the reading you did yesterday of Madhavendra Puri and Ishwara Puri, my thought keeps coming back to the question, there should be a prayashchitta, because even though we are sincere, sometimes our need to be independent overcomes all our sincerity and we make a mistake. What is that? What is the defining quality that redeems you?
Well, let's go back a little to avoiding the mistake. I mean, that's a good question. If you make a mistake, how do you redeem yourself? But let's go back one step. And I don't want to, but the discussion is so intimately related to the section in Chaitanya Charitamrita that we're reading now. And I didn't quote it because I thought we'll get to it in the reading, but your question is drawing it out. That one should always feel himself to be a fool in front of the spiritual master and be ready to be chastised by him. That comes in this discussion. Guru more murka deki kari la shashana. The Mahaprabhu said, my spiritual master saw me as a great fool and he chastised me. So Srila Prabhupada was saying that we always have to feel like a fool in front of our spiritual master and be ready to be chastised by him. Then we won't make a mistake. There was another discussion in Juhu. I think it was another discussion, but it's the same theme. When one of the devotees asked Srila Prabhupada about when you're perfect, like when you're perfect, you don't have to follow the regulated principles. And Srila Prabhupada replied, one who's perfect never thinks that he's perfect. As soon as you think you're perfect, you're a rascal. He said, perfect means, and then he quoted that verse, that you always feel like you're a fool before the spiritual master and are ready to be chastised by him. And as soon as you think you're beyond being controlled by the spiritual master and chastised by the spiritual master, then you're fallen. But Rupa Goswami says that if by chance someone does make a mistake, there's no separate prayaschita, or process of atonement, but the process of devotional service itself is the best and most potent way to overcome an accidental fall down.
Text 77. Eagna payanam lahi anukshana nam loite mora branta hoilaman. Since I received this order from my spiritual master, I always chant the holy name, but I thought that by chanting and chanting the holy name, I had been bewildered. Dariya dharite nari hoilama unmata hasi kandi nachi gai jaiche maramata. While chanting the holy name of the Lord in pure ecstasy, I lose myself, and thus I laugh, cry, dance, and sing, just like a madman. Tabe dharya dhari mani karilun vichar Krishna name jnana chana haila amar. Collecting my patience, therefore, I began to consider that chanting the holy name of Krishna had covered all my spiritual knowledge. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu hints that in this verse, that to chant the holy name of Krishna, one does not need to speculate on the philosophical aspects of the science of God, for one automatically becomes ecstatic and without consideration immediately chants, dances, laughs, cries, and sings, just like a madman. Text 80. Pagala ha'ilan ami darya nahi mane ete chinti nivedilum gurura charani. I saw that I had become mad by chanting the holy name, and I immediately submitted this at the lotus feet of my spiritual master. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, as an ideal teacher, shows us how a disciple should deal with his spiritual master. Whenever there is doubt regarding any point, he should refer the matter to his spiritual master for clarification. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said that while chanting and dancing, he had developed the kind of mad ecstasy that is possible only for a liberated soul. Yet even in his liberated position, he referred everything to his spiritual master whenever there were doubts. Thus, in any condition, even when liberated, we should never think ourselves independent of the spiritual master, but must refer to him as soon as there is some doubt regarding our progressive spiritual life.
It's the same point. Here I'll just add that that the relationship between the spiritual master and disciple is very personal. You know, it's like a father and a child. And there's one incident. It's sort of different, but it really illustrated that point to me. Srila Prabhupada had a disciple. He was from America, and we had accompanied Srila Prabhupada to India. And in Calcutta, he started to smoke ganja. You know what ganja is. And I happened to be in the room when Srila Prabhupada was speaking to the disciple in Calcutta. And it was almost as if Srila Prabhupada was hurt. He said, you know, if you thought that this could help you, why didn't you ask me? Now, of course, he probably knew that Prabhupada wouldn't approve of it. But still, Srila Prabhupada, he said, why didn't you ask me? And I think he expected us to be, you know, surrendered to his instructions, even if our minds had different ideas based on our conditioning. But he expected us to present our ideas to him. And then, and again, this was, I guess, a test. I don't know if I did what was right or wrong or what I had to do. Then Srila Prabhupada asked me if I would take this disciple as my preaching partner. And I was very fixed on my service of making life members, which Srila Prabhupada said was a program he had devised to distribute his books, and for other reasons as well. And I just felt that he wouldn't, not because he had taken ganja, I just didn't feel he would work well on my team. And I sort of indicated, no, I can't. And Prabhupada let it go. He didn't force. He didn't force it. And I guess a moot point, what would have been the best thing to do. But yeah, it's really a very personal relationship. I mean, we read about the philosophy, and it's certainly crucial to our spiritual advancement to be controlled by the instructions of the spiritual master. It's also very personal. There was another, very senior disciples of Srila Prabhupada in India. He got an idea, to do some business. It wasn't really a very good idea, and Prabhupada sensed that he was drifting away. And Srila Prabhupada, spoke to him, sort of like, once an animal belongs to a master, he should never leave his master and go away. I mean, it was not philosophy. I mean, it was the essence of the philosophy, but knowing, no quoting shlokas or giving elaborate explanations, but he just said, once an animal belongs to a master, he should never leave that master and go away. So, I really, and the spiritual master may not, show how he feels, because but he does have feelings. He does have feelings, and there was one letter that Srila Prabhupada wrote. It was to a very good friend. It's, again, one of the very early devotees who came to Prabhupada, and then he left. And then actually the friend who came with him was also very disturbed, and Prabhupada wrote him something like that, about, how his Guru Maharaj, he had awarded sannyas to a disciple, and then soon after the ceremony, the disciple's wife came and took him away. And Srila Prabhupada said that his Guru Maharaj had wept with tears in his eyes that he could not save that disciple. And then Srila Prabhupada was saying how he was also weeping for that disciple who had left him. So, there are many aspects to this issue of surrendering to the control of the spiritual master, but one is, a part, yes, it's true. There's no question of developing love for Krishna without it. But another is just that relationship that you don't want to cause pain to your spiritual master, and that, and to the contrary, you want to give pleasure to him. I think that's a good consideration for disciples at any stage.
Kandarvika and then Mayapur, then Mukunda.
So Maharaj, considering how big ISKCON has grown, not everybody is fortunate enough to really understand what is there in spiritual master's mind, because the distance and everything separates. But here we are fortunate that we have Nirakula Mataji and Vaisesika Prabhu. But I have seen where people feel that they don't have that connection. And the more we come up with some kind of an organizational structure, then people feel that it's another organization, because I'm not getting that type of a real connection with my spiritual master. Because if there are layers, how will I know what my spiritual master is thinking? Because maybe his opinion and the layer in between could be different. So in that case, how do we really understand what is there in my spiritual master's mind, and how do I go and ask, as it is said in this verse, as you just said, like, can I do this or can I do that? It's not possible.
Well, I'll tell one of my incidents. Well, it won't completely fit the case you describe, but to some extent it will. When I was with Srila Prabhupada in Gorakhpur, he instructed me to write, and I took it very seriously. And those were the days before computers, and in India, typewriters were very scarce. Most people who needed a letter typed had to go to the courthouse and find some typist sitting in front and pay him something. So I went out and bought some lined paper and some pencils to begin my writing. And then, within 2 weeks, so I was traveling with a party in India, and then within 2 weeks we got a telegram, the leader of the party, that we're having a big Pandal program in Bombay and everyone should go to Bombay. So in Bombay, Shamsundar Prabhu was the temple president and he was heading the program, and so he had a meeting with all the devotees to divide up the services. And he asked me to raise funds. So I said that Srila Prabhupada had instructed me to write. And Shamsundar Prabhu replied, you can write any time, but this is one time in the year you walk into the office of any big man in Bombay and ask for an advertisement for our souvenir. So I thought that what he said made sense, and I also knew that Srila Prabhupada wanted us to cooperate with our authorities, so I agreed. Then, several weeks later, Srila Prabhupada came, and it was the usual practice of Srila Prabhupada when he would come to a new place. He'd go into his room and all the disciples would crowd in, and it was small then, he'd sort of glance lovingly and smile and exchange some words with all the devotees. And then he looked at me and he said, "So Giriraja, how is your writing going?" And I was so flustered. I didn't know what to say. I mean, he said, okay, we'll speak later. So then later, after everyone else had left, he asked me to come back in. And I explained exactly what had happened, and that I thought, that what Shamsundar Prabhu said made sense, and I knew that you wanted us to cooperate with our authorities. So that's what I did. But still, I wasn't sure if I'd done the right thing, and I was very nervous. And I was like waiting, what would Srila Prabhupada say? And he was quite grave. And I said, did I do the right thing? And then Srila Prabhupada replied, you can suspend the order of the spiritual master, but you can never neglect it. And then he said, he was very kind, he said, like, my Guru Maharaj also instructed me to write. But I've been so busy traveling and preaching in India, I also hardly have time to write. So, and then he said, yes, so one can suspend the order of the spiritual master, but never neglect it. And I felt relieved. I was very happy, like the Prabhupada understood. He understood. And so, one instruction of the spiritual master is to follow one's more immediate authorities. So you're saying, okay, well, there are layers between me and the spiritual master. But it's also the spiritual master's instruction to cooperate with your authorities. So by doing that, you are following your spiritual master's instruction. Now, that said, there might be a specific issue that the spiritual master might have a different instruction for you than your immediate authority. But how many disciples can the spiritual master give direct instructions to? I mean, just mathematically, if you consider how many disciples he has and how much time it would take for him to have one issue properly explained in sufficient detail to give the appropriate answer, it doesn't add up. So there's an element of practicality. And then there's also the desire of the spiritual master, and there's also Krishna's mercy. And now, in our case, Srila Prabhupada has left. So how do we get answers? We consult our God brothers, not even necessarily God brothers or God sisters, but even others. And we pray to understand what Srila Prabhupada would want us to do in this situation. And so you can do the same thing. Chaita Guru, the Guru is in the heart. And if you are very sincere, the Chaita Guru will guide you. Either by giving an answer to the question, or by inspiring you who to go to for the answer. Like sometimes I'll be stuck with a question, and whatever, chanting, praying, it'll come in my heart. Sometimes the answer, but sometimes it'll come, ask so-and-so. And then when I ask that person, I know that he's the authority to give me the answer to this particular question. And when he gives the answer, I take it pretty much as if it were coming from Srila Prabhupada. So that is something everyone has to deal with. And yeah, it may happen that some have the opportunity for more direct association than others. That will happen. But ultimately, we will all be in a situation where we have questions that the spiritual master can't answer directly. And we have to learn how to get the answer from him indirectly. And coming back now to the holy name, Satsvarupa Maharaj asked Srila Prabhupada that, now you're here so we can ask you our questions directly, but what if in the future we have questions and you're not here? Then how do we get the answers? And Srila Prabhupada replied, the holy name of Krishna and Krishna himself are the same. Do you realize this fact? So, Hare Krishna.
Mayapur.
Probably same question. So, I'll give it to.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. I understand the idea of the disciple being humble in front of the spiritual master and willing to accept the chastisement. But the question of being in the mood of understanding that one's a fool, it seems it can sometimes, because we do need to be competent, or at least to try and be competent. And it would feel that if you were in the position of thinking you're the fool, it would somehow hinder your ability to also think that you can do things properly. It seems that, I don't know if you can help me with that.
Well, no, feeling oneself a fool means that one feels dependent on the spiritual master and always prays for his mercy. It doesn't mean that you feel that you can't do anything. When I was meeting big people and preaching to them, I was always praying to Srila Prabhupada, always chanting and always praying to Srila Prabhupada. What you're asking is sort of like the question, what's the difference between humility and low self-esteem? Because low self-esteem can be debilitating. And Burijan Prabhu has given the answer that low self-esteem means that you think you're insignificant. And humility means you think you're an insignificant servant of Krishna. In other words, you're not alone, but you're with Krishna. You are insignificant, but you're with Krishna. And low self-esteem means like, there's insignificant, worthless. The other thing, and that came to mind when you were asking the question, may not be directly the question, but it came to mind in relation to being chastised. In Srila Prabhupada's last days, he was he instructed Bhakti True Swami to make a certain preparation, cook a certain preparation for him. And when Bhakti True Swami served him the preparation, it wasn't made the way Srila Prabhupada had instructed him to make it. And Srila Prabhupada became very angry and chastised him. Then later, Bhakti True Swami told him, I'm not sure of the detail, like maybe the doctor had said not, there was some mitigating factor that he hadn't mentioned to Srila Prabhupada. And then when later he told Srila Prabhupada said, well, why didn't you tell me? Sort of like, if I'd known that, then I wouldn't have had to get angry at you. So, I think it's what I said first, that it's not even a question of how competent or incompetent you are. It's a question that you want to serve to the best of your ability, whatever your ability is, and you pray to Krishna and the parampara to help you. But then there's also a question of being realistic about what your abilities are, both in terms of your strengths and your weaknesses. Because there was a case in India when Srila Prabhupada asked someone to become the GBC, and the person agreed, and then it was too much for him, like the thin horse. It was too much for him, and he disappeared. You know, he said, whatever, I'm going to Mathura, such and such. He packed his bags and took the train to Delhi, and Srila Prabhupada commented that that out of sentiment he had agreed to take up the responsibility. And that made me think, well, like Prabhupada suggested it, wasn't it good? But then he said, like, out of sentiment he agreed. In other words, he didn't make a realistic assessment of whether he could actually do it or not. Of course, one could question, maybe if he was more surrendered, maybe he could have done it. So I think it is something that we should do, sort of realistically assess what our strengths and weaknesses are. But ultimately, we're not alone. And when you do surrender to an instruction and take it up heart and soul, even if you're not materially qualified to do it, you can do it. Krishna arranges things, makes arrangements, moves the energy in such a way that desire to serve will be fulfilled. Yeah. I was just repeating what I heard from you yesterday. But it's...
Karavind.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. We are very much enjoying your answers that are full with realizations and your lifetime practice and association of Prabhupada. Thank you so much for sharing with us. I have one question, the follow-up question of the Gandharvika Mataji, that you answered that the suspend and negligence. So I'm a little bit, can you please elaborate more on how we are not neglect and suspending? How we can make difference? We are just suspending. It's not our negligence of the instruction of a spiritual master.
Well, the main factor in any situation is the sincerity. Because, just to give an exaggerated example, the spiritual master may ask you to stay in the temple room because an important guest is coming and you have to receive him. And then someone comes by with a big plate of Mahaprasad. and you think, time, place, and circumstances. I have to honor the Mahaprasad, and then you leave, and you think, okay, well, I'm not neglecting it, I'm just temporarily suspending it. And you go off to the back room and eat Mahaprasad, and meanwhile the guest comes and there's no one to receive him. So the reasons for suspending it should be genuine. You shouldn't be looking for a reason to suspend it. But if there's a genuine reason, then yes, that is the principle. And like Srila Prabhupada gave his own example, that when he first met his Guru Maharaj asked him, to preach the message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in English all over the world. And at the time, Srila Prabhupada thought, I'm married, I have a small child, I can't really, he used the word injustice. It would be an injustice to them for me to leave them to preach. But he always kept that instruction in his mind, and he was waiting for the opportunity when he could execute it fully. And then gradually he began Back to Godhead magazine. And then at a certain time it happened. He left home and took Vanaprastha. And so that's I would say that's a pretty compelling reason. Like if you have a wife and small child and they're dependent on you. And he, as he said, my Guru Maharaj never told me that I should leave them, but he just gave me the idea that I should preach. But then later, when the circumstances were more favorable, he was having dreams, his Guru Maharaj was calling him. But even then, as he explains, he would wake up, he would be like horrified. Guru Maharaj wants me to leave home. And then one of his godbrothers, he felt his Guru Maharaj was speaking to him through his godbrother. He said, that, without accepting sannyas, you cannot really fulfill this order. So it's a matter of both faith and surrender. Surrender means a sincere desire to be the instrument for your spiritual master and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission. And Does that answer the question?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Maharaj. Your answers are very wonderful. Thank you very much. Like the discussion which we are having today, most of the time we are understanding that sincerity is very important. If you may please elaborate on how we can check our consciousness to see whether we are really sincere or not. Does it mean having no ulterior motives? Or if you can please elaborate, what does sincerity mean?
Well, to paraphrase Srila Prabhupada's other statement, I would say, if you think you're sincere, you're not sincere. If you're really sincere, you'll see how insincere you are, and you'll work on becoming more sincere. But this question of sincerity, how to become sincere, Srila Prabhupada has given different answers. One answer which I heard very early, which I tried to apply, was that to follow all of the spiritual master's instructions, however big or small. Now, with this older body, I find I can't follow all the instructions, however big or small, as I used to. But he gave another answer, which I'm taking up as the main instruction, how to become sincere. And that is by associating with devotees who are sincere. So that's why I come to San Jose and go here and there to try to become more sincere by associating with devotees who are sincere. Hare Krishna.
Shuddha Bhakata Charanarenu Bhajananukula.
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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare Shuddha Bhakata Charana Renu Bhajana Nukula Bhakata Seva Paramasiddhi Premalati Karamula Madhavati Bhakti Janani Chatane Palana Kori Krishna Basati Basati Boli Paramadare Boli Gaura Maje Shabashtane Kololo Brahmana Range Sheshavastana Heri Boami Prayani Bhakata Sange Sheshavastana Heri Boami Prayani Bhakata Sange Nidanga Bhaja Shunati Mana Abasara Sarajache Gaurbihita Kirtana Shuni Hanande Hridoya Nache Jugala Murti Taki Amora Paramananda Hoya Pasada Seva Korite Hoya Sakala Prapancha Jaya Jadin ki hai bhajana dekhi grihite goloka bhaya Charana Sidhu Dekiya Ganga Sukhana Sima Paya Tulasi Deki Juraya Prana Madhava Tushani Jani Gaura Priya Shakshevane Jivana Sartakamani Gaura Priya Shakshevane Jivana Sarthakamani Bhakti Lord Krishna Bhajane Anukula Payajaha Pratidivase Paramasukhe Svikara Koro Yetaha Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shuddha Bhakata Charana Rindu Bhajananukula Shuddha Bhakata Charana Rindu Bhajananukula Bhajana Anukula. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Premanande Shri Gaura Purnima Mahotsav ki jai. Shri Gauranga Mahaprabhu ki, Shri Harinam Sankirtan ki, Shri Chaitanya Charitamrita ki, Gaura Premanande, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
I'm following you.
How is everyone? You okay? Yes. All right. Better than okay, right? Okay. We're continuing with the reading of the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. We're on text number 81, if I'm not mistaken. Kiba mantra dila gosai, kiba tarbhal, japite mantra karila bhagal. My dear Lord, what kind of mantra have you given me? I've become mad simply by chanting this Mahamantra. Purport, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu prays in his Shikshashtaka, Yugayatam nimishena chakshusha pravrishayitam shunyayatam jagat sarvam Govinda virahena me. O Govinda, feeling your separation, I'm considering a moment to be like 12 years or more. Tears are flowing from my eyes like torrents of rain, and I'm feeling all vacant in the world in your absence. It is the aspiration of a devotee that while he chants the Hare Krishna mantra, his eyes will fill with tears, his voice falter, and his heart throb. These are good signs in chanting the holy name of the Lord. In ecstasy, one should feel the entire world to be vacant without the presence of Govinda. This is a sign of separation from Govinda. In the material world, we are all separated from Govinda and are absorbed in material sense gratification. Therefore, when one comes to his senses on the spiritual platform, he becomes so eager to meet Govinda that without Govinda, the entire world becomes a vacant place. This one point about coming to one's senses is in a favorite verse of mine, which begins Kama Dinam Katina Katita Palita Durni Deshas, in which the devotee is explaining how, asking the question, for how long and how many ways have I followed the bad masters of my senses? I never questioned them. They never gave me time off, nor did they give me mercy. And he said, now my intelligence has awakened, Labdha Buddhi. I've gained my intelligence, and now I no longer intend to serve the bad master's senses. So he says, now Krishna, I'm approaching you, and I'm asking you directly for some service. Please engage me in your service. And that awakening of intelligence is the waning of, the waxing of good fortune in someone's life because of the mercy of a devotee somewhere who gave some mercy. Because of a gyata sukriti, maybe unknowingly, and then one comes to have this faith in the process of the holy name, one's intelligence awakens, and Prabhupada mentions that when faith awakens, one has some sympathy for the Krishna consciousness movement and for the devotees who think, oh, this is a good idea, I should be like this. And you can tell the difference between someone whose intelligence is awakened and someone whose intelligence hasn't awakened. And even if there's ample opportunity to hear spiritual knowledge, a person whose intelligence hasn't awakened will not be able to accept it or absorb it in any way. And in fact, may become even disturbed by it. But a person whose spiritual intelligence has awakened will be alert to these kinds of instructions that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was getting from his spiritual master. Collecting my patience, therefore, I began to consider that chanting the holy name of Krishna had covered all my spiritual knowledge. Purport: Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu hints in this verse that to chant the holy name of Krishna, one does not need to speculate on the Did I skip something? Oh, the page went back, sorry. Chanting the holy name in ecstasy causes me to dance, laugh, and cry. When my spiritual master heard all this, he smiled and then began to speak. Purport: When a disciple very perfectly makes progress in spiritual life, this gladdens the spiritual master, who then also smiles in ecstasy, thinking, how successful my disciple has become. He feels so glad that he smiles as he enjoys the progress of the disciple, just as a smiling parent enjoys the activities of a child who is trying to stand up or crawl perfectly. Krishna nam mahamantrera et ha subhav. Jai jape tara Krishna upajai bhav. It is the nature of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra that anyone who chants it immediately develops his loving ecstasy for Krishna. Purport: In this verse, it is explained that one who chants the Hare Krishna mantra develops bhava, ecstasy, which is the point at which revelation begins. It is the preliminary stage in developing one's original love for God. Lord Krishna mentions this bhava stage in the Bhagavad Gita 10.8. Aham sarvasya prabhavo matak sarvam pravartate iti matva vajante mam buddha bhava samanvitaha. Again, shall we? Aham sarvasya prabhavo matak sarvam pravartate iti matva vajante mam buddha bhava samanvitaha. Aham sarvasya prabhavo matak sarvam pravartate iti matva bhajante mam buddha bhava samanvitaha. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who know this perfectly engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. A neophyte disciple begins by hearing and chanting, associating with devotees and practicing the regulative principles, and thus he vanquishes all of his unwanted bad habits. In this way, he develops attachment for Krishna and cannot forget Krishna even for a moment. Bhava is the almost successful stage of spiritual life. A sincere student orally receives the holy name from the spiritual master, and after being initiated, he follows the regulative principles given by the spiritual master. When the holy name is properly served in this way, automatically the spiritual nature of the holy name spreads. In other words, the devotee becomes qualified in offenselessly chanting the holy name. When one is completely fit to chant the holy name in this way, he is eligible to make disciples all over the world, and he actually becomes Jagadguru. When the entire world, under his influence, begins to chant the holy names of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, then the entire world, under his influence, begins to chant the holy names of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Thus, all the disciples of such a spiritual master increase in attachment for Krishna, and therefore he sometimes cries, sometimes laughs, sometimes dances, and sometimes chants. These symptoms are very prominently manifest in the body of a pure devotee. Sometimes when our students of the Krishna consciousness movement chant and dance, even in India, people are astonished to see how these foreigners have learned to chant and dance in this ecstatic fashion. As explained by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, however, actually this is not due to practice, for without extra endeavor, these symptoms become manifest in anyone who sincerely chants the Hare Krishna Mahamantra.
When I arranged a program for Srila Prabhupada in Madras, the devotees held Harinam Sankirtan down the main street, Mount Road, And the newspapers carried a report that these European and American disciples were chanting and dancing in ecstasy. Now, one of Srila Prabhupada's godbrothers wrote a letter to the editor saying that ecstasy is a very advanced stage, bhava. And we cannot say that these Americans and Europeans have attained the stage of bhava. And when Srila Prabhupada read that letter, he was, I think he was, well, he's definitely angry. He's definitely angry. And he did insist that this is like a preliminary symptom of ecstasy, that you dance when you chant. I mean, you may not be permanently situated in the stage of bhava, but it's a sign of an awakening of that. When our god sister Yamuna Devi, she told me when she was worshipping the deities in London, she would, put the deities to rest at noon and do her Gayatri mantra, and when tears would like flow down her cheeks, and she mentioned it to Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Prabhupada said something like, these are signs of bhava. I think he actually told Tamal Krishna Goswami something to the effect that Yamuna Devi, something like that, had bhava, or these are signs of bhava. But yeah, this verse actually seems to describe Srila Prabhupada, that by his full realization of the holy name and his full awakening of ecstatic love for Krishna, that he could awaken people all over the world to the chanting of the holy names, and they in turn could have symptoms of ecstasy, like dancing and weeping and so on. So it's, we can't imagine how blessed we are to be so close to him. I think everyone in this room was alive when he was on the planet. So, how blessed we were, and now to have the opportunity to continue exactly the same process and in the same mood that he gave us.
A couple of comments about bhava and ecstasy. One is that actually ruchi and ecstasy. Just how practical he was in applying these terms, because oftentimes I see internet debates going on about who actually has ruchi, who actually has bhava, when does Raganuga Bhakti start, and it goes on infinitum. I can check back a month later and it's still, there's shots being fired back and forth. Very kind of cerebral process. In a class in Los Angeles, Prabhupada was giving some simple points, dehinos minyata dehe, and he looked out at all the devotees, and then he said, I make these same points every day, and you come to the class every day and listen with attention. He said, this is ruchi. It's a very practical thing. Devotees come and sit in the class, and Prabhupada would say the same thing. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Ham Sarvasya Prabhavo, and Dehinos Minyata Dehe. And so Prabhupada took that as ruchi. And in a room conversation, I believe it's in Hawaii, maybe it's in Los Angeles, with what's his name? He's the Sikh who.
Yogi Bhajan.
Yogi Bhajan. Yogi Bhajan came to invite Prabhupada to this big mela. There would be all these Mayavadi sannyasis who would come. And in his words, so we could come together, be together, and merge together. And then Prabhupada says, this isn't related to the point, but it's nectarian anyway. He said, they will never. You can write it in your book. He had a secretary there, Yogi Bhajan. He said, you can write it in your book. They will never. And then he began to explain how they'll never be able to come together because they don't have any conception of God at all. And therefore, how are they going to agree on anything? What's the point? And in this, Yogi Bhajan was seemed to be wholly unaffected by Prabhupada's, aggressive stance against him, and he went on inviting him in different ways. And at one point, Yogi Bhajan, just in his friendly mode, was saying that people criticize sometimes your devotees. They go on the street and they're dancing, and they ask, why are they dancing? And before he could finish the sentence, Prabhupada said, ecstasy. He says it so forcefully. You can listen to the conversation, which is highly recommended because it shows Prabhupada's strategy and expertise in debating. And that always struck me, how Prabhupada was right. Ecstasy, it's ecstasy. Because he knew it was the real thing, because it was coming through parampara, that we were following it simply, and therefore it couldn't be anything else. They weren't being exposed to anything but the real thing, therefore the result was ecstasy. So very practical, very practical. Maybe the page flipped again. Where am I? 732. Oh, I'm still in the middle of the paragraph? Purport, okay. Many fools? Okay. That's a good place to start. Many fools, not knowing the transcendental nature of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, sometimes impede our loudly chanting this mantra. Yet one who is actually advanced in the fulfillment of chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra induces others to chant also. Krishna's Kaviraj Goswami explains, Krishna Shakti Vina Nahi Tar Pravartana. Unless one receives a special power of attorney from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he cannot preach the glories of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. As devotees propagate the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, the general population of the entire world gets the opportunity to understand the glories of the holy name, while chanting and dancing or hearing the holy name of the Lord. One automatically remembers the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and because there is no difference between the holy name and Krishna, the chanter is immediately linked with Krishna. Thus connected, a devotee develops his original attitude of service to the Lord. In this attitude of constantly serving Krishna, which is called bhava, he always thinks of Krishna in many different ways. One who has attained this bhava stage is no longer under the clutches of illusory energy. When other spiritual ingredients such as trembling, perspiration, and tears are added to this bhava stage, the devotee gradually attains love of Krishna. The holy name of Krishna is called Mahamantra. Other mantras mentioned in the Narada Pancharatra are known simply as mantras, but the chanting of the holy name of the Lord is called the Mahamantra.
I'd rather hear.
Okay. Krishna Vishayaka Prema Parama Purushartha Jar Agit Trinatulya Chari Purushartha. Religiosity, economic development, sense gratification, and liberation are known as the four goals of life. But before love of Godhead, the fifth and highest goal, these appear as insignificant as straw in the street. Purport: while chanting the holy name of the Lord, one should not desire the material advancements represented by religiosity, economic development, sense gratification, and ultimately liberation from the material world. As stated by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the highest perfection in life is to develop one's love for Krishna. Prema Pumarto Mahan, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhur Matamidam. When we compare love of Godhead with religiosity, economic development, sense gratification, and liberation, we can understand that these achievements may be desirable objectives for bubukshus, or those who desire to enjoy this material world, and mumukshus, those who desire liberation from it, but they are very insignificant in the eyes of a pure devotee who has developed bhava, the preliminary stage of love of Godhead. Dharma, religiosity, artha, economic development, kama, sense gratification, and moksha, liberation, are the four principles of religion that pertain to the material world. Therefore, in the beginning of Srimad Bhagavatam, it is declared, dharma projita kaita votra. Cheating religious systems in terms of these four material principles are completely discarded from Srimad Bhagavatam. For Srimad Bhagavatam teaches only how to develop one's dormant love of God. The Bhagavad Gita is the preliminary study of Srimad Bhagavatam, and therefore it ends with the words Sarva Dharman Parityaja Mam Ekam Sharanam Braja. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. Bhagavad Gita 1866. To adopt this means one should reject all ideas of religiosity, economic development, sense gratification, and liberation, and fully engage in the service of the Lord, which is transcendental to these four principles. Love of Godhead is the original function of the spirit soul, and it is as eternal as the soul and the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This eternity is called Sanatana. When a devotee revives his loving service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, it should be understood that he has been successful in achieving the desired goal of his life. At that time, everything is automatically done by the mercy of the holy name, and the devotee automatically advances in his spiritual progress. May I have the Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Sharanagati, please? But really quick. Hare Krishna. Maybe it's over here. On that side, eh? It's blue. There you go. Thank you. We need another whole library shelf. Imho. I just want to read a verse, a song written by Bhaktivinoda Thakur explaining his experience with what Prabhupada just said. At that time, everything is automatically done by the mercy of the holy name, and the devotee automatically advances in spiritual progress. This is the last song in the Sharanagati by Bhaktivinoda Thakur. It may change your life forever. So if you need to cover your ears or leave the room, now's a good time. Okay. What power does the name of Krishna possess? My heart constantly burns in the fire of worldly desires, just like a desert scorched by the rays of the sun. The holy name entering the core of my heart, through the holes of my ears, showers unparalleled nectar upon my soul. The holy name speaks from within my heart, moves onto the tip of my tongue, and constantly dances on it in the form of transcendental sound. My throat becomes choked up, my body shivers again and again, and my feet cannot remain still. Rivers of tears flow from my eyes, perspiration completely soaks my body. All my skin thrills with rapture, my hairs stand on end, and my complexion turns pale and discolored. My mind grows faint, I begin to experience devastation, and my entire body is shattered in a flood of ecstatic emotions. Could we not have any distractions for this, please? While causing such an ecstatic disturbance, the holy name showers liquid nectar on my heart and drowns me in the ocean of divine love of Godhead. He does not allow me to understand anything, for he has made me truly mad by having stolen away my mind and all my resources. Such is the behavior of him in whom I have taken shelter. I am not capable of describing all this. The holy name of Krishna is independent and thus acts on his own sweet will. In whatever way he becomes happy, that is also my way of happiness. The holy name is the bud of the flower of divine love, and it is the very abode of astonishing mellows. Such is the power he manifests that when his holy name starts to blossom a little further, it then reveals his own divine form and qualities. Thus my heart is abducted and taken directly to Krishna. Blossoming fully, the flower of the holy name takes me to Vraj and reveals to me his own love dalliance. This name gives to me my own eternal spiritual body, keeps me right by Krishna's side, and completely destroys everything related to this mortal frame of mine. The name of Krishna is a transcendental touchstone, a mine of all devotional mellows. It is eternally liberated and the embodiment of pure rasa. When all impediments to the pure chanting of the holy name are taken away and destroyed, then my happiness will know its true awakening. Thus ends Sharanagati by Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. And again, Prabhupada's statement, when a devotee revives his loving service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, it should be understood that he has been successful in achieving the desired goal of his life. At that time, everything is automatically done by the mercy of the holy name, and the devotee automatically advances in his spiritual progress. Panchama Purushartha Premanandarvrita Sindhu Mukhadi Ananda Jar Nahi Akbindu. For a devotee who has actually developed bhava, the pleasure derived from dharma, artha, kama, and moksha appear like a drop in the presence of the sea. Krishna namera pal prem sarva shastre kai bhagyeshe prema tomai karila udai. The conclusion of all revealed scriptures is that one should awaken his dormant love of Godhead. You are greatly fortunate to have already done so. Premara subhave kare chitta tanu koba krishnera charana praptye upajaya lobha. It is the characteristic of love of Godhead that by nature it induces transcendental symptoms in one's body and makes one more and more greedy to achieve the shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord. Premara swabhave bhakta hase kannegai uttamate haya nache iti utidhai. When one actually develops love of Godhead, he naturally sometimes cries, sometimes laughs, sometimes chants, and sometimes runs here and there, just like a madman. Purport. In this connection, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami says that sometimes persons who have no love of Godhead at all display ecstatic bodily symptoms. Artificially, they sometimes laugh, cry, and dance, just like madmen. But this cannot help one progress in Krishna consciousness. Rather, such artificial agitation of the body is to be given up when one naturally develops the necessary bodily symptoms. Actual blissful life, manifested in genuine spiritual laughing, crying, and dancing, is the symptom of real advancement in Krishna consciousness, which can be achieved by a person who always voluntarily engages in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. I'll just repeat. Actual blissful life, manifested in genuine spiritual laughing, crying, and dancing, is the symptom of real advancement in Krishna consciousness, which can be achieved by a person who always voluntarily engages in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. If one is not yet developed, if one who is not developed imitates such symptoms artificially, he creates chaos in the spiritual life of human society. I just love this phrase, voluntary engagement, voluntarily. It's such an important point about volunteering. And we've talked before about voluntary life changes, VLCs. Everyone has the right to make voluntary life changes in favor of advancing his or her Krishna consciousness. And one of my favorite verses from the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu Nectar of Devotion is that is quoted by Srila Rupa Goswami, is that if a person decides to take an early morning bath during the month of Magh at the confluence of the Ganges and Jamuna, it's freezing at that time of the year, as you know better than me, then no one can stop him. It's his choice. So similarly, devotional service is open to everyone. Voluntary surrender is open to anyone. It doesn't matter if you're in prison or disabled or otherwise incapacitated. It's your choice. You can decide at any time that I'm going to do this. And Prabhupada gives an example about a poor man who's approached by a wealthy man with a bag full of money, $1 million, and which used to be sufficient. But Prabhupada used it back then. It was in the 70s. It was a lot of money. And he extends the bag and says, "Take it." And then the poor man has two choices, which are take it or don't take it. And then Prabhupada said, that's our choice. You can take, Krishna says, surrender to me, I'll deliver you from all sin-free action, and I'll protect you and everything else, or just leave it on the table and walk away. Voluntary. Perspiration, trembling, standing on end of one's bodily hairs, tears, faltering voice, fading complexion, madness, melancholy, patience, pride, joy, and humility, these are various natural symptoms of ecstatic love of Godhead, which causes a devotee to dance and float in an ocean of transcendental bliss while chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. Purport. Srila Jiva Goswami in his Priti Sandarbha, where? Explains this stage of love of Godhead. Bhagavat Priti Rupa Vrittira Mayari Maina Bhavati Kim Tarhi Swarup Shaktyananda Rupa Yarananda Paradhina Sri Bhagavan Apiti. Similarly, in the 69th text, he offers further explanation. Tarivam Pritir Lakshanam Chitadravastasya cha Roma Harshadikam Katanchit Jate Pichita Dhruve Roma Harshadike Vana Ched Ashaya Shudhis Tadapi Nadbhakte Samyag Avirbhava Iti Gyapitam Ashaya Shudhir Nama Chanya Tatparya Parityaga Priti Tatparyam Cha ata evani ta sobhaviki cheti tad visheshanam. Transcendental love of Godhead is not under the jurisdiction of the material energy, for it is the transcendental bliss and pleasure potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Since the Supreme Lord is also under the influence of transcendental bliss, when one comes in touch with such bliss in love of Godhead, one's heart melts, and the symptoms of this are standing of the hairs on end, etc. Sometimes a person thus melts and manifests these transcendental symptoms, yet at the same time is not well behaved in his personal transactions. This indicates that he has not yet reached complete perfection in devotional life. In other words, a devotee who dances in ecstasy, but after dancing and crying appears to be attracted to material affairs, has not yet reached the perfection of devotional service, which is called ashaya shuddhi, or the perfection of existence. One who attains the perfection of existence is completely averse to material enjoyment and engrossed in transcendental love of Godhead. It is therefore to be concluded that the ecstatic symptoms of ashaya shuddhi are visible when a devotee's service has no material cause and is purely spiritual in nature. These are characteristics of transcendental love of Godhead. As stated in Srimad Bhagavatam 126, Savai pungsam paro dharmo yato bhakti radhok saje ahaitukya pratiyata yayatma suprasidati. That religion is best which causes its followers to become ecstatic in love of Godhead, in love of God, that is unmotivated and free from material impediments, for this alone can completely satisfy the self. You like the alternative translation? I'll read it again. That religion is best which causes its followers to become ecstatic in love of God, that is unmotivated and free from material impediments, for this alone can completely satisfy the self. Bala hoila Paile tumi parama purushartha tomar primete ami hailan kritarta. It is very good, my dear child, that you have attained the supreme goal of life by developing love of Godhead. Thus you have pleased me very much, and I am very much obliged to you. Purport: according to the revealed scriptures, if a spiritual master can convert even one soul into a perfectly pure devotee, his mission in life is fulfilled. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur always used to say, even at the expense of all the properties, temples, and mutts that I have, if I could convert even one person into a pure devotee, my mission would be fulfilled. It is very difficult, however, to understand the science of Krishna, what to speak of developing love of Godhead. Therefore, if by the grace of Lord Chaitanya and the spiritual master, a disciple attains the standard of pure devotional service, the spiritual master is very happy. The spiritual master is not actually happy if the disciple brings him money, but when he sees that a disciple is following the regulative principles and advancing in spiritual life, he is very glad and feels obliged to such an advanced disciple. Nacha gao bhakta shange Kara Sankirtan Krishna Nam Upadeshi Tar Sarvajan. My dear child, continue dancing, chanting, and performing Sankirtan in association with devotees. Furthermore, go out and preach the value of chanting Krishna Nam, for by this process you will be able to deliver all fallen souls. Purport: it is another ambition of the spiritual master to see his disciples not only chant, dance, and follow the regulative principles, but also preach the Sankirtan movement to others in order to deliver them. For the Krishna consciousness movement is based on the principle that one should become as perfect as possible in devotional service oneself and also preach the cult for others' benefit. We just take this opportunity to invite all our viewers online and around the world to partake of the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, which was completed in a marathon in Los Angeles, actually, requested by Prabhupada himself when the devotees had fallen behind in the translation, in the publishing of his books, although he was moving quickly ahead in translating and giving them giving purports, they bought new machines and all kinds of equipment in Los Angeles and were feeling proud of themselves and eager to tell Prabhupada how much advancement they had made. And when they told him that they were able to now, with increased capacity, to produce a book every couple of months, Prabhupada said that he wanted all the books in 2 months. And the director of the operation at the time, Rameshwar Prabhu, said, "But Prabhupada, that's impossible." And walking on Venice Beach, Prabhupada planted his cane, and he turned to him and said, "Impossible is a word used in a fool's dictionary." And Rameshwar told me this, that on the morning walk, he and Radhaballava Prabhu, who was his partner there in the BBT, fell back from the morning walk, and Prabhupada walked ahead after saying that, and then they discussed, because then they just realized what Prabhupada had said, and now they had to do it. It was do or die. And so they began to talk and as soon as one accepts the order, then the energy comes. Maharaj and I were talking about this last night. Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj has this wonderful quote about how as soon as one surrenders to the order of the spiritual master, then the intelligence and the energy come, how to fulfill the order. Not before that. One may consider many different options, but until one's actually surrendered one's heart and said, "I'll do it no matter what," the intelligence to fulfill the order doesn't come. So they decided, we're going to do this, but how? So they began to discuss how they would do it. And then they requested a meeting with Prabhupada, and they told him, if we're to do this, which we will, we'll need these concessions. And some of them had to do with Prabhupada's insistence that he review every painting that went into the book, and they had to be of a certain standard, and they said we wouldn't be able to produce the paintings fast enough unless we were able to employ other less advanced artists in painting the pictures and so forth, and that some of the paintings could be replaced with photographs, and then that would take a lot less time, especially showing various holy places and things like that, and many other kinds of things. And of course, the temple where it took place in Los Angeles was then rearranged to accommodate this marathon. And so devotees who were not engaged in translating painting, in publishing painting, or whatever was required to put the book out, would be engaged in doing laundry, cooking, feeding others, around the clock, 24 hours a day. It went on for 2 months. And Prabhupada had given 2 months to finish it, and they did. They were about 12 hours late in getting it to Prabhupada, and he noted that. But then he wrote a letter to all of those that were engaged in the marathon, guaranteeing that they would go back to Godhead from their endeavor. This is the result. I'm holding it in my hand. This is the most esoteric of all literatures about the Supreme anywhere in the universe. There is no more esoteric or detailed information available about the spiritual world and the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And it's available now. May not be available forever because we don't know the state of the world, or they may ban books or something like that in America. I don't know. Something might happen. So we're offering these at $99. We request everyone to take several, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 sets, and distribute them wherever you go, to libraries, to your friends and everything like that. Our text-in number is 650, Shri Shri Radhamadan Mohanji ki jai, Shriman Mahaprabhu ki jai, Shri Shri Lakshmi Nrsingadev ki jai. 650-245-7018. That's 650-245-7018 for anyone who's online. You can text in, and that ends our station identification.
Maharaj, I was thinking that just on the freeways you have these boards which say that the fines are doubled on construction areas. Similarly, I was thinking that on festival days, if the cell phone goes off, people should be buying a Chaitanya Charitamrita and not Ishopanishad.
Okay. So everyone turn your phone on. And someone else go outside the window and then start calling the devotees. Should have a list of all the numbers and call everyone. Prabhupada used such devices because I heard on one lecture where he said, someone misses Mangalarti. He described how in rich Indian homes they would always have their own deities and their temple schedule and everything, and usually the woman of the house would make sure that everyone had been there, and if somebody missed Mangalarti, there would be a fine. And so Prabhupada said, for all of you, if you miss Mangalarti, then you have to sell one Krishna book. He said, is that all right? So that's the fine for missing Mangalarti. All right, I'm going to finish this purport, and then we're going to take the opportunity to chant some japa in the temple room, and then there will be an arti ceremony at 12:30? Is that 12? Okay. So I'm partway through, isn't it? What am I partway through? 92? Okay. There are two classes of unalloyed devotees, namely Goshtyanandis and Bhajananandis. Bhajananandi refers to one who is satisfied to cultivate devotional service for himself, and Goshtyanandi is one who is not satisfied simply to become perfect himself, but wants to see others also take advantage of the holy name of the Lord and advance in spiritual life. The outstanding example is Prahlad Maharaj. When he was offered a benediction by Lord Nrsingadev, Prahlad Maharaj said, Naivot vijay paraduratya vaitaranyas todvirya gayana mahamrita magna chittaha shochetato vimuka chetasa indriyarta maya sukhaya paramudvahato vimudhan. My dear Lord, I have no problems and want no benediction from you because I am quite satisfied to chant your holy name. This is sufficient for me because whenever I chant, I immediately merge in an ocean of transcendental bliss. I only lament to see others bereft of your love. They are rotting in material activities for transient material pleasure and spoiling their lives toiling all day and night simply for sense gratification with no attachment for love of Godhead. I am simply lamenting for them and devising various plans to deliver them from the clutches of Maya. That's from Bhagavatam 7.9.43. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur explains in his Anubhashya, a person who has attracted the attention of the spiritual master by his sincere service likes to dance and chant with similarly developed Krishna-conscious devotees. The spiritual master authorizes such a devotee to deliver fallen souls in all parts of the world. Those who are not advanced prefer to chant the Hare Krishna mantra in a solitary place. Such activities constitute, in the language of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, a type of cheating process in the sense that they imitate the activities of exalted personalities like Haridas Thakur. One should not attempt to imitate such exalted devotees. Rather, everyone should endeavor to preach the cult of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in all parts of the world and thus become successful in spiritual life. One who is not very expert in preaching may chant in a secluded place, avoiding bad association, but for one who is actually advanced, preaching and meeting people who are not engaged in devotional service are not disadvantageous. A devotee gives the non-devotees his association but is not affected by their misbehavior. Thus, by the activities of a pure devotee, even those who are bereft of love of Godhead get a chance to become devotees of the Lord one day. In this connection, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur advises that one discuss the verse in Srimad Bhagavatam beginning Naita samacharij jatu manasyapi hyanishvaraha. That verse is about how for controllers, those who are very exalted, there is no reaction if they seem to not follow certain Vedic rules and such. And the following verse in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.255, Anathasakya Vishayan Yatarham Upayunjita Nirbandha Krishna Sambandhe Yuktam Vairagyam Uchite. One should not imitate the activities of great personalities. One should be detached from material enjoyment and should accept everything in connection with Krishna's service. Yeah, that's the other part of the verse. Don't try to imitate. Just because a great controller or very powerful person can do something that seems out of the ordinary or out of line with the ordinary course of regulative principles and so forth, don't think that I can do it. And we'll stop the reading, we'll suspend the reading for now, and then we're going to chant the holy name in japa until the artik time. And today at 3 o'clock, right here in the temple room, there'll be a series of dramas put on by the children of ISV, and then from then there'll be a continuous bhajan, katha, abhishekam, and a grand artik later on. Vancha kalpatarubhascha kripasindhavevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Japa class.